right, those of you online, really quick, let me just go over a couple of things. In class, they're working on an assignment there, and online, hopefully you were able to jump on yesterday and be a part of the special chapel services. This week, there will not be any grades that you will need to turn in. We will not have any quizzes, any field notes, because again, this is our only day of class. The rest of the week will be of the chapels. So just so you are aware, I actually didn't check yesterday, I do hope that you have sent back in your quizzes and that I have those already, both your verse quiz, your field notes, and your book quiz. I hope I have all three of those. They're supposed to be to me by the end of the day yesterday. So hopefully those have been sent, and again, I didn't check yesterday, but I will check today, so hopefully you got those sent over at this time. And really quick, for those of you that were gone on Friday, I know there were several of you, I know girls had their volleyball tournament, and I think there were some others of you gone. Because of this week's schedule, we will not have classes, the only day of class this week. So you will take your quiz, your book quiz, the Monday that this upcoming Monday, okay? That'll be when you take that. So just make sure that you're prepared. If you have any questions on that, you can see me. But if you were not here on Friday, if you were at the volleyball or for whatever reason, you will take that Monday. So do make sure that you are prepared, that you are ready for that quiz. Again, it will be on Monday. All right? Guys, take out your books and turn with me to page 251. Page 251, we're going to finish up one of our last, I believe our last chapter on the book of Acts. Let me just say, this week with Pastor Watkins here, I know, to me, I love the ventriloquist. Like that's pretty cool. I was impressed how he was able to change his, how is he able to talk normal with, that's pretty impressive to me. But I just want to say, let's make sure that when we're up there, you guys did a great job yesterday. Make sure you bring your Bible. Make sure you're following along and listen to each message and letting God just speak to your hearts. I mean, we're praying this week that God would speak to each one of our hearts. This is one of our last weeks of school. Not many more left. I know that's very sad, but not many more weeks of school left. And so this is going to be some of our last chapel services. And just listening as Pastor Watkins preaches, and definitely does some very cool things, some of the tricks, different things that he is going to do. But we want to make sure to listen closely as he is preaching. And again, I just want to say thank you guys. Did a great job yesterday. And so tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, same type of thing that happened. You guys come down here, make sure that you have your Bible, grab those, and then I would start walking up, a couple minutes too. You can even, maybe after that first bell goes off, grab your stuff and then walk up there, and you guys know where to sit and everything like that. But I just want to say thank you guys. Did a great job yesterday, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this week. But today, you're stuck with me. I was going to come out and try to do a trick today, just to try to rival Pastor Watkins. What trick should I do? Disappear. I'm going to make Cody disappear. Okay, all right. This would be. I mean, how many? I mean, can we make him disappear? I was thinking either sawing somebody in half. Was that a hand? You're volunteering? Wow. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I saw that hand too. Wow. People are just lining up to volunteer to be sawed in half here today. So that is good. No, that's not what the hand was for. No, you got to listen carefully before you raise your hand and volunteer, all right? You never know what you're volunteering for. But no, we're looking forward to tomorrow. Hey, today we're finishing up the book of Acts, and we've looked at the gospel coming to the Gentiles, which again, somebody tell me what Gentiles are. When we talk about Gentiles, what are we talking about? John? Non-Jews, which again, I think we've established is everybody here, okay? Again, the Jewish people at this time, they were blinded by the fact they thought that they were better than everybody else based on their nationality, based on who they were, and they missed that Jesus came for everybody. Now, they should have seen it. Jesus talked to everybody. Jesus ministered to the Samaritan woman, to Gentiles, but they still had this idea that they had to go along with. So in Acts chapter number 9, we are really introduced to a man that is going to become very prevalent in this account. So I believe we got all these notes, right? I thought we finished all this. Did we not? Maybe I am wrong. For some reason I thought we did. Turn to page 247. Did you guys get 247? Did you get the rest? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let go to 247 really quick. I'll just give you these notes really quick. I know we've talked about it. Remember, Peter has that vision of the different kinds of food that they weren't supposed to eat, and it's telling him to go to Cornelius's house. So he travels to Joppa, he leaves Joppa, goes up to, by the way, Joppa, if you hear that in the Bible, that is referring to a modern day town of Tel Aviv. So sometimes if you hear something going on in Israel, you'll hear them mention Tel Aviv. By the way, I don't know if any of your parents watch the news, if you've seen anything, there's a lot going on in Israel right now, a lot of unrest. There were rockets that were fired at Jerusalem yesterday. The Temple Mount was on fire yesterday. There was a tree that was set on fire. There's protesting going on. There are rocks being thrown. It is a mess over there right now, just with everything going on. But if you hear of Tel Aviv, which is one of the modern cities in Israel. In fact, if you were to fly to Israel, where you would fly, there's only one airport in Israel. Israel is a very small country, only one airport, and that airport is in Tel Aviv. But in Tel Aviv, that is where you hear of Joppa, which again is where Simon the tanner is at, where Peter is at. So they come down to Joppa, they get Peter, they go back up to Caesarea, and we see so many people in the house getting saved. Peter and the Jewish friends were astonished that the gift of the Holy Spirit had been poured out on the Gentiles. Again, how did they know that the Gentiles had the gift of the Holy Spirit? They began to speak in tongues. Whenever you see tongues being spoken, it was giving people. The only time we see Jewish people speaking in tongues was in Acts chapter number 2. The rest of the time we're going to see the Gentile people speaking in tongues as a sign to the Jewish people that yes, they had received Jesus Christ. Peter decided that these people should be baptized. Again, what follows baptism, they had already believed and trusted in Jesus Christ, so now they are baptized. And your last one, after Peter reports these events to the other apostles and believers in Jerusalem, they concluded that God wanted to save the Gentiles also. In the book of Acts, you're going to see a few councils. One of them was when Paul gets back, they bring him there, and they're like, wait a minute, you took the gospel to the Gentiles. What is this? We're going to see a big council happen, I believe, in Acts. No, I'd have to check that for sure. I believe it was in Acts 13. But you're going to see some of the Jewish people are like, wait a minute, the Gentiles, they can get saved, but then they have to follow these parts of the law. And there was a big council that came together and said, no, salvation is not based upon the law, it's based upon believing in Jesus Christ. But when we come to Acts chapter number 9, you guys have read that. We are introduced to a man that will write more books of the Bible than anybody else. A man that will travel further than anybody else telling people about Jesus. And of course, we're talking about who you read about, Saul. The original Hebrew name is Saul, changed to the Greek name of Paul. So again, one thing that's interesting, sometimes we get this idea that Saul, God changed his name, but that is not the case. It was just different languages. So in fact, when you read in the book of Acts, he will always be referred to as, up until a certain point, up until he starts his missionary journeys, he's always referred to as Saul. The reason is he's dealing with the Jewish people at that time. So his Jewish name was Saul. I don't know this to be true for sure, but I'm going to assume every time he comes back to Jerusalem, they're going to refer to him as Saul. His Greek name, which would, of course, as he travels among the Gentiles, is Paul. So when he is on his missionary journeys, once he begins those missionary journeys, you're going to see him referred to as Paul. So it wasn't like Jesus on that road to Damascus said, I'm changing your name. Can anybody give me an example of somebody that Jesus changed their name? He told them, I'm changing your name. Jose? Okay, God changed Jacob's name to Israel. Okay, anybody else? Give me an example of somebody whose name, we're going to look just at Jesus here. Jesus said, I'm changing your name. Okay, all right, God changes Abram to Abraham. Yes. Okay, Sarai, yeah, okay, so he changes Sarah's name, or I believe it was Sarai to Sarah. Jesus changed Simon's name, right? What did we call Simon after Jesus changed his name? Peter. Okay. That's not the case of what happened with Paul. So Saul's is Hebrew name, Paul. His birthplace is Tarshish, which means he was not born in Israel, but he was a Jewish man, born in a different country. His race here is a Jew. The tribe, now again, I know for us this doesn't really matter. His tribe was a Benjamin. Benjamin is always one of those tribes that for the Jewish people back then, they would not have thought a lot about. It's like the smaller tribe, not a lot of good things people would say come from that tribe. Guys, let's make sure everyone has their own book. You can fill those in later, okay? This is the tribe that let me ask you this question. Anybody else know of anybody from the tribe of Benjamin in the Bible? There's one other guy that was prominent in the Old Testament that was of the tribe of Benjamin. What was it? King Saul. So again, when you look at what's Saul was more than likely named after King Saul. So Saul in the Old Testament, Saul in the New Testament, both from the tribe of Benjamin. Which again, remember, well, tell me, where did we get these tribes from? I know we got to remember way back now. Where did we get these from? Jose. Okay, the sons of Jacob. And who was the youngest son of Jacob? Benjamin. So Benjamin has always sort of carried that idea. There was some sin that happened in the tribe of Benjamin. Benjamin's tribe was nearly wiped out at one point in the book of Judges. Always has that idea of a smaller tribe, not a lot good coming from there, but this is the tribe that Saul comes from. His occupation, of course means job, a tent maker. A tent maker. Now he was of the religious group, the Pharisees. The Pharisees. Pharisees right here were all about the law. They were all about the different... Anybody know the two different groups that we see, two different religious groups that we see during the time of the New Testament, during Jesus' time? Yes. Sadducees and Pharisees, okay? And anybody know the differences between them? There were differences. It wasn't just like, they had different names. Anybody know like some of the differences? Yes. Yeah. One of the big differences, the Sadducees did not believe in the resurrection. Okay, they did not believe in the resurrection, which maybe I've heard pastors, a way to remember this, they were Sadducee because they didn't believe that you could be resurrected, right? That's one way to remember. Pharisees actually on a lot of the laws were the strict guys. They were like, this is that. Some of the things the Sadducees would get behind, they both were... There were different times where Pharisees were more in power than Sadducees in power, different things. And during this time, really, the Pharisees had risen up. And he's a very important person. In fact, it's going to mention that he was a student under the man Gamaliel, which Gamaliel is very important in Jewish history, one of the most revered rabbis, especially during that day. So he grew up listening to him. And we don't know how long he lived in Tarshish until he moved to Jerusalem, but he was in Jerusalem for a while growing up listening to Gamaliel. And his passion was persecuting Christians. Now, I want to say this. It's actually something I was looking at in my devotions today, reading Acts chapter 22. In Acts chapter 22, Paul now is standing in the temple. There's a crowd there that was about to kill him. And the Romans saw this and they jumped in there and said, hey, we're going to spare this guy's life. They thought Paul was like some Egyptian guy that had caused that tried to revolt and all of this. But then Paul says, can I speak to the people? And they let Paul speak to the people. And Paul gets up and he begins to share with them his testimony of how he was a Pharisee of the Pharisees. What does this mean? Here's one thing you got to realize about Paul. Paul was a very moral man. Very moral. Sometimes we think of people like Paul, like they're just completely evil, they don't care. Why was Paul persecuting Christians? Anybody tell me, why do you think this man was persecuting Christians? Yes. He thought he was doing it for God. So he thought that he was serving God by getting rid of these people who he thought were perverting and leading astray people from God. So everything Saul is doing, he feels as if he is doing right. That's important for us to realize. By the way, do you understand there's people all around the world that they feel like they are persecuting Christians and they're doing it for God? Anybody think of a group of people that's like that? You can go to Middle Eastern countries where for you to share your faith, you can be killed. Because there are people in different groups of the Muslim faith that believe that that is jihad and that they are getting rid of any infidel, anybody that does not believe that way. And that is where there is great persecution coming. Several years ago, they lined up people on a beach and took a video and had them, all of these, I think there were like 22 people that they had their heads cut off right there. They think they're doing it for God. I got to tell you, the first time they don't show the video. Maybe some of you have seen the clip of it. First time I saw that, I got to tell you, my response was not a biblical response. Can I tell you what my response is? God, why don't we just get a bomb, drop it right there and get rid of all these people that are going to do that? Why would you let them take people that are following you? Because you know what I'm thinking of when I'm seeing these guys? These are guys that are maybe my age, maybe a little bit older. No doubt they have families. They have hopes and dreams, and they are being killed. And what are they being killed for? The fact they're Christians. But here's what I thought, and God sort of spoke to me in that moment. Do you know 2,000 years ago who would have been the guy leading that charge? It would have been Saul. He was the guy that said, for the name of God, I am going to go out and I am going to have people killed. The very first martyr, you know who was in charge of his execution? Who, by the way, is the very first martyr we have recorded in the book of Acts? The very first martyr that we have recorded in the book of Acts. He was one of the very first deacons. Yes, Stephen. Stephen is taken out and stoned, and you know who's sort of in charge of that? That's Saul. So in Acts chapter number 9, he comes and he says, okay, I would like to go to this city of Tarshish. Now this amazes me because we're talking about a great distance. I don't know why it was he decided on Tarshish to go to. But he said, I want to go here and I want to arrest people that are followers of Christ. Now, by the way, at this point in Acts, they are not called Christians. Anybody know what they're called in the book of Acts? Those of the way, or that way. They're called Christians first in Antioch, but right now they're not called Christians, they're called those of the way. So when you read that, you're going to see, anytime you read in the book of Acts, the way, our modern day would be to substitute Christians. I actually really like this idea of the way, because they're saying they're following Jesus. Remember, Jesus is the one that said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. So let's look at, you guys worked on this blank. What is the first event that happened in Acts chapter number 9? Can somebody tell me? Very first event that you have written down for Acts chapter number 9. Cody? One thing before it. Yes. Saul persecutes the church. So number 1 is Saul persecutes the church. Saul is persecuting the church, and because he's persecuting the church, what does he want to do? Cody, give me what you had. He's going to go to Damascus, right? So Saul begins to persecute the church. Now he wants to go to Damascus. Now again, we don't know why it is Damascus that he chose. It's possible that maybe he felt some of the apostles were up there, or some, we don't know, but for whatever reason, Damascus is the city that he is targeting, that he is going to go to. What is the third event that you have happening there? Okay, we've got the first two. What is the third? Did only 2 people do this? Oh, Natalie. What's that? Not quite yet. What does he see on that road? The light, right? So number 3, Saul sees the light. Remember, he's traveling down this road. He sees the light. He falls to his knees. And he is going to have a voice speak to him out of this. And that's number 4, right? Jesus asked Paul why he's persecuting him. So the voice says, why are you persecuting against me? And what does Saul say? Who are you? And I want you to imagine this moment. That voice says, I am Jesus, whom you persecute. Do you know that's a name that Saul hates? I mean, he hates it so much that he is trying to get any follower of Jesus Christ. He is willing to travel a couple hundred miles to get people that, I mean, they wouldn't even bother him. They're way over there. But he's saying, let me go here and get these people. He is so determined to stamp out this name of Jesus. And now the voice speaking to him is, Jesus. So that's number 4. Number 5, we see Saul discovers he is blind. Saul discovers he is blind. So the voice speaks to him. The light disappears. Saul realizes he is blind, so he has to be led into Damascus. Number 6, God sends Ananias to Saul. God sends Ananias to Saul. Now, I want you to think about this. The Christians in Jerusalem have gotten word to those in Damascus that, hey, they're coming for you. Now, we have Ananias, who is a leader in the church in Damascus, and God comes to him and says, Ananias, I have a job for you to do. Absolutely, Lord, anything you want. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go talk to Saul. Who? Yeah, Saul. God, you know why he's here, right? We're trying to hide from him. We're not going and knocking on his door and saying, hey, here we are. I mean, put yourself in that situation. I would not have any interest in doing that. It would be like, let's go back to the 1940s, and you are a Jewish person, and you have the Nazis that are hunting Jewish people down, and you're trying to hide, and going up and knocking on the Nazi headquarters doors and saying, hey, I need to talk to you. Nobody would do that. That's a death sentence. So Ananias is hearing God telling him, I want you to go. And Ananias is like, we're trying to hide from these people. What do you mean? But he's going to go. He's going to obey God. He's going to go. And verse number 7, this is the first time that God tells Ananias what Saul is going to do. So number 7 is God says that Saul will carry the gospel to the Gentiles. God says that Saul will carry the gospel to the Gentiles. So he has Ananias go. Ananias is sort of convinced to go. He goes there, and now God says, yes, he will carry the gospel to the Gentiles. Number 8, Saul's blindness is healed. Saul's blindness is healed. And number 9, Saul is baptized. Saul is baptized. Which leads us to number 10, Saul testifies of Jesus. This is all going on here. And now a period of time goes by. If you turn to your next page there, page 252, we see that God is going to begin to impress upon, remember what he had told them to do. I want you to be witnesses of me in Jerusalem, Samaria, and unto the uttermost parts of the earth. They still have not done a very good job of getting the gospel to the entire earth. So a church at Antioch begins to have an idea to send out missionaries. The 2 people that are chosen are Paul and Barnabas. And again, this is where our church, where your church gets the modern idea of missionaries. There were people that were going to church, that were working in the church, and they went out from this church to go start other churches. So Paul and Barnabas are chosen as missionaries. As they go out, we're going to see many times how the people responded. Sometimes the people believed. Sometimes they wanted to hear more. By the way, Paul and Barnabas, what they would do is they would go to the synagogue first. Every time they would go to a different city, they would go to the synagogue. And in the synagogue, they would begin to share with people about Jesus Christ. Many times they were kicked out of the synagogue. They would start churches. And then after a church was started, after they had trained somebody, they would leave and go to the different city, but that church would continue there. Which, a lot of the books of the New Testament were written to churches that Paul and Barnabas started. So that's why when you read there the churches, Philippians, the church in Philippi, a church that was started by Paul and Barnabas. By the way, that was the church that was started. You know who would have been in that church in Philippi? A guy that had beaten Paul and Silas and was a jailer. That night they're singing in prison, and we know him now as the Philippian jailer, but when he writes that book of Philippians, that would have been somebody that would have been in the church that he was writing to. So these are the people that he's writing to. So some were curious, wanted to hear more. Some were glad, glorified God's word, and believed. But unfortunately for them, many of them, their response was anger there are times that the Jewish people from one city would follow him to the next city and try to stir up the people there. There's times where Paul is taken outside of the city. He is stoned. In fact, one time he is left for dead. They thought they had killed him. This is all going on here. One thing that's important for us to learn about talking to others, about sharing our faith, is we are never responsible for how people respond. If I get up and I preach a message, I am never responsible for how people respond. I'm responsible that I preach the truth and that I do the best to convey that to the audience, but God is the one that works in people's hearts. So when you invite somebody to church, you are not responsible if they come or not. You want to make sure that you are doing your best to show them the difference between Christianity and a different lifestyle. But you're not responsible for that. When you share your faith with somebody, you're not responsible if they get saved. Your job is just to share your faith. Guys, do make sure you do have to have your mask on, okay? I don't know if every class is like that. I did check with the administration. That is a rule that you have to have it on for every class, all right? So hopefully next year it's different, but this year you do still have to have those on, all right? That's the first missionary journey. Second missionary journey, he took Silas and Timothy. Barnabas didn't go with him. Anybody know why Barnabas doesn't go with him on that second missionary journey? Anybody know? Bella? There was a disagreement. First missionary journey, Barnabas brings with him his nephew, Mark. Mark abandons them and leaves very early on the missionary journey. So they're getting ready to leave on the second missionary journey. They've come back to Jerusalem. They've reported. They've gone to Antioch. And then Paul and Barnabas were like, let's go back to some of the churches we started. Let's check on them, see how they're doing. We'll travel further. And Barnabas is like, that's a great idea. Let's take Mark with us. Paul's like, that's a terrible idea. This guy abandoned us once. And in fact, the disagreement was so great that they said, okay, I'm not traveling with you anymore. Now, we're not going to get into this discussion who was right, who was wrong here. But God's going to use it. Because you know what? Barnabas is going to go out and Paul's going to go out. So now you have two groups going out. And they go out. Paul is going to take Silas and Timothy. They're going to see on this a Macedonian call, which this is referring to, when you hear about Macedonia, this is referring about the gospel going to Europe. Up until this point, it's really been in that Asia area. But now the gospel is spreading over into Europe. He had a vision about a man from Macedonia who pleaded for help. And so they follow after. They go. He goes to Macedonia. As he is there, one of the first cities he goes to is the city of Philippi. And we've talked about that briefly. As he gets to Philippi, he goes and he sees this group. They didn't have a synagogue there, which means there were not a lot of Jewish people there. Because I believe he needed 10 Jewish families to start a synagogue. So any city that had 10 Jewish families, there was supposed to be a synagogue there. Since there is not one here in Philippi, more than likely there were not that many Jewish people there. So in the Macedonian city of Philippi, many families came to the Lord. Luke mentions two families among the converts. Lydia's family, who was one of the ladies that was down there at they go to the water's edge, and there's some ladies meeting and praying there. And the jailer's family, which he was the one that had saw Paul and Silas beaten. They're in jail that night. They're singing praises to God. And there's a great earthquake. Everybody's free to go. The jailer, remember, runs in there and is about to take his own life. Why is he going to take his own life? Because if they get out while he's the guy in charge, they will come back. He will for sure die. More than likely, his family will be killed as well. So to save his family, at least from disgrace and maybe even their lives, he was going to act like he tried to keep them in there and was killed, so he's going to take his own life. And that's when Paul and Silas rush out there and said, hey, there's no need to do that. We're all here. And that's, in Acts chapter 16, he comes and he falls down before him and says, sirs, what must I do to be saved? Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. That was the response of Paul and Silas. And that night they go back with him. All right, tomorrow we get to see Pastor. Oh, I didn't cut anybody in half. Well, we ran out of time. All right, so I apologize to those. Thank you so much for volunteering, guys, next time around, all right? Tomorrow we will be up there for Pastor Watkins. Make sure just to bring your Bible up there, and we will have class up there tomorrow. You guys can be dismissed.
Okay, now I'm live. Quiet. Okay, Emily's absent. Wrong person, wrong class. Quiet. Jasmine's still gone?
Yeah, she's gonna be gone
Till
till Thursday.
Thursday? Okay. Micah. That it? Okay. Okay. We are still on lesson 129, page 3. We're on number 2. Go back over here. This gentleman, the gravity guy.
He looks like he hates everyone.
Okay. The gravity guy.
It's like your dad.
He was the scientist that discovered the laws of the universal gravitation. Okay. It has always interested me about how these guys came up with these laws and different things, and that they have been in existence since then. Okay, they are fact. Okay, scientific laws. And where did they come from? They came from God. God allowed Sir Isaac Newton to come up with, to discover, to figure out these laws of gravitation. Okay? In the technological world that they lived in back then, that's when they were established. Okay? These laws. One of the greatest scientific achievements that he had, ladies, was gravity. Was on dealing with gravity. Okay? And now we know that based upon what he's come up with, that everything is on this earth and stays on this earth because of gravity. Okay? If we didn't have the Eliana, if you want to go ahead and eat that sandwich, you can. Okay, before it melts. So it's up to you. Go ahead. Don't worry about it. Even though Kayla is over there licking her chops, and Brittany and Cheyenne are turned around. What? Okay. Are turn around and wanting some of that. They shouldn't give it, but go ahead and eat it if you want to. Now, what did I say that was so stinking funny? Huh?
You called Brianna Brittany.
Called Brianna Brittany and Kayla Kayla.
And you were so confident. You were like, Brittany and Cheyenne.
I am. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna call her that now. I'm gonna call her Brittany. I know, it kind of suits her.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Okay, sorry, DLs. Okay. Okay, Emily, we're missing you today. Back on DL today. That's okay. But everything's dealing with gravity. Okay? Now, so let's put a definition to it. Gravity is just the force of attraction that exists between two different objects. It's the pull that happens between two different objects. We have physical gravity and we have love gravity. Yeah, where should I go? Where should I go with that one?
Destiny and John.
No, I'm good.
Any volunteers? Oh, let's see. Who can we put with Bella? Okay.
Chase.
Tyler,
No, no, no.
Noah, and Caleb.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer to that question. So, do you have a suggestion?
I literally just gave you like 20 suggestions.
No, no suggestion. Oh, well, moving on. The story goes that Isaac Newton was sitting below a tree, and all of a sudden this apple fell, and it put it in his brain that because the apple fell, there was a pull down on the apple to the ground. Okay, if there was no gravity, where would the apple have gone? Huh? Okay, it would have went up. Now think about that. Okay, shh. Okay, think about that. Everything you would throw down would never go down. Okay, it would just float back up. Okay, and actually, you would never be down. You'd always be up. Okay. So gravity is essential. Erica, can you close that window, please? Since they're right there. Thank you. Please. No. Well, you can close. That's fine. If you want the window open, that's fine. I don't care. It was just they were loud, but that's fine. They were staring and saying, "Oh, that's 7th and 8th grade." Oh, and no, I won't go. I'm getting off track, and I don't want to get off track because I got a lot to do. Okay. Here's the effect that gravity has on celestial objects. Celestial objects are the objects out in space. Okay? The strong gravitational attraction between the large heavenly bodies holds our solar system together. Well, Mr. Brown, that's wrong, isn't it? No, scientifically that's correct. Spiritually that's wrong, because it's God's hand that holds everything together. Okay? But scientifically speaking, it is the larger planets that are holding everything else in its focus. Okay? Are holding it into our solar system, holding it all together. This is all part of that gravitational law, universal gravitation. Okay? You know, I am really struggling right now, okay, with trying to refrain myself from saying a few things, okay?
I won't take it.
Yeah,
I probably will.
Just say it, Mr. Brown.
Gravitation. Okay, is everybody done with letter C?
Yes. It's the same.
Okay. Here's what Newton's law of gravitational universal gravitation is. The strength of gravitational force between two objects depends upon, stop doing that, both of you. Depends upon their masses and the distance between them. I'll let you write that down real quick. Shh, girls, whatever you're doing, please stop. The strength of the gravitational force between two objects depends upon the masses, their masses, and the distance between them. Okay? So let's go back a little bit. Okay? The stronger gravitational bodies happens because of the larger bodies of the solar system. Okay? That's where he put the law. That's what it all bases upon. Their masses and the distance between them. You got to have both of those. You got to have the masses and you got to have the distance between them, because if you have two large masses and they are a long distance apart, there's hardly any gravitational pull between them. Okay? But the closer you get with the two larger planets, the stronger the pull is to bring them together. And yet God in the universe, in our solar system, put all those gas giants further out, okay, and put all the smaller planets inside of the universe, the solar system, for a specific purpose. This is part of it. Their masses are holding it together. The distance between them is holding it together. If they were further apart, there would be less gravity. And so God put all of those planets in their proper spot in the solar system so that the gravitational law would hold true across the whole solar system. Okay? That's 130 or 129. Okay? Let's go on to 130 today. So bear with me. Let me just switch lessons real quick. Where are you? Okay, lesson 130. So let's do a little bit of review with this. What are the symmetrical oval shapes that a planet's orbits has? What are they called? Huh? Ellipse. Okay? Remember, an eclipse, that's what you may be thinking, is where one body comes in between another body. Okay? Ellipse is the circle that goes around. Who developed the 3 laws of planetary motion? Kepler. Johann Kepler. What is the closest point of an orbit around the sun? Perihelion. Okay, let me find out who's calling me. What's the farthest point of an orbit around the sun? Girls, next time it's a check. That's what the A, it has an A, aphelion. What is the amount of time a planet takes to complete its orbit? Huh? It's called a period. What is the distance unit approximately equal to the distance between the Earth and the Sun? What's it called? AU. Astronomical unit. Who was the scientist who discovered the laws of gravitation? Yes, sir. Yes, Sir Isaac Newton. What is the force of attraction that exists between any two objects? Gravity. Okay, we're not going to do that. Looking closer. A creationist view. Genesis 1:1 says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. So, in the beginning, God. Okay? Now, we always put emphasis in the beginning, God. Okay? And then we jump back to the word beginning. But let's put it all together here. In the beginning, God. Because God was at the beginning. Think about what the beginning was like. When there was nothing. And yet God was there. And then God took nothing and created something. Okay? And all he did was spoke it into existence. Okay? But in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Genesis 1:16-17 says, God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the He put them in the firmament. The firmament is the heavens. Okay? To give light upon the earth. God created the sun, moon, and stars. Okay? Am I going a little bit too fast? Don't think so. You up with me? Letter C. Psalms 104:24 says, O Lord, how manifold are thy works. In wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy riches. Why? Because God created the heavens with wisdom. He just didn't chalantly put, take a group of spiritual marbles, in essence, and toss them out in space, and where they landed, that's where they would be. Okay? But he put them in with wisdom. The evolutionists believe this. A nebular hypothesis. The solar system began forming 4.6 billion years ago, when a massive cloud of gas and dust began collapsing inward and rotating. That cloud of dust became our solar system. Okay? It started collapsing in, and then it started rotating, thus giving us the pinwheel effect that our solar system has. Okay? The nebular hypothesis. Material from the collapse gathered together in the center and then became our sun. Letter C. The rest of the material flattened out and became the rest of the planets, called the protoplanetary disk. So, putting it into a term, it would be this: accretion. This is material that began to clump together into chunks and collide. As the chunks collided, the smaller pieces often stuck to the larger pieces, allowing the larger pieces to grow even larger. And now you have the spheres of objects that are out there as planets. Yes, sir? Letter C? Okay. That's what the evolutionist says. And all that was part of the Big Bang Theory also. Okay? Accretion. Everything started sticking together. Okay? Okay, everybody done with number 2? 2D? Well, let's talk about interplanetary space. That's just the space between the planets. It's considered a vacuum. Huh? Okay, so I didn't change my notes or PowerPoints, my fault. Okay, I'll talk you through this. Number 1 is interplanetary, no. I changed the whole thing, didn't I, man? Okay, number 1 should be 5. Ancient astronomers observed 5 stars traveling on independent courses across the sky. This should be number 2, interplanetary space. Okay. Number 3 should be vacuum. A space that does not contain any matter. So, if you look closely out there in space, you'll see a Hoover vacuum, a Eureka, or maybe even a dust devil out there. Okay? Floating around, picking up the space debris. And if you look closely, it's got an extended cord that plugs into the sun that gives it the energy to run. Okay? Doesn't run on a belt. Okay? There's no roller in it. It's all of a suction. Okay? So therefore the roller's not going to pick up the celestial hairs out there and get all plugged up. Okay? It's just going to suck it up into the interplanetary bag that dissolves all the particles that are out there that it's sucking up, and so therefore there's no interplanetary waste. It all dissolves inside the bag. Okay? Huh? Yeah, an infinity bag. And of course, if you have a vacuum out there, you need someone that is going to do the vacuuming. So that the picture on the right is the astronaut there. He's trying to catch up with the vacuum so that he can do all the interplanetary vacuuming. Okay? Huh? Yeah. Okay? So, a vacuum. A space that does not contain matter. Now, scientists have okay, now we're kind of on the right track here. That interplanetary space has 164 atoms of gas per cubic inch. Okay? Just to give you a vast or an idea of what the contents of interplanetary space is. 164 atoms of gas per cubic inch. Inch square. 164 atoms per of gas per inch squared. Okay? The number of molecules in 1 cubic inch of air at Earth's surface is 400 sextillion. If you were to write that out, that's what it would be. Letter C. The air pressure is almost zero. Allowing this guy to be out there free of anything. The temperature ranges from very hot to very cold. In direct sunlight, it's 250 degrees Fahrenheit. In the shadow of the Earth, it's 121 degrees Fahrenheit. Still quite a bit warmer than what we need, or than what we can have here on Earth. Okay. You know what? I've just taken you through almost two lessons today. So I'm just going to let you have fun with your homework tonight. Use the last 10 minutes of class, or 12 minutes. Your homework is 10.1. Some of you already turned that in. 10.1, reading pages 289 to 292. And preparing for quiz 29, which will be tomorrow, I think. Let me check on that. No. Let me check on what that covers, because I have it different in my book. 29
Didn't you say the rest of the...
tests. 10.1. Okay, yes, quiz 29 tomorrow. Okay, that covers 10.1, which we just finished. Okay? Okay, DLs, make sure you're ready for that. No, it's not open book, so it's NLB. Quiz 29. So, I'll let you be. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Bye.
let's go ahead and do dictation. Okay. Number 1, maneuver. Maneuver. Number 2, correlate. Correlate. Number 3 is sophomore. Sophomore. Number 4, accurately. Excuse me. 4 is accurately. 5, endeavor. Endeavor. 6, opponent. Opponent. 7 is possess. Possess. Try not to be dark, but this is the first thing that I came up with. The demon possessed the girl in the Bible. Or she possessed the car. Like possessions. Possess. Like take over kind of thing. Like to have. Possess. Huh? Well, demons can possess people. Ghosts haunt people. Huh? Why do ghosts haunt people? Ask the ghosts. Number 8 is likely. Likely. Nine is organization. Organization. Or organization. However you say it. And then 10 is ridicule. Ridicule. Emily and Micah, you can just make up your quiz when you come back to class. Jezreel and Mia, since you guys are still distant learning, you guys can turn that in by the end of today. And I'm going to go through these one more time. Okay, number 1, maneuver. Number 2, correlate. Correlate. Number 3, sophomore. Remember we talked about this. There's something silent in the middle. Sophomore. Number 4, accurately. 5, endeavor. 6, opponent. Opponent. 7, possess. 8, likely. 9, organization. 10, ridicule. If you're done, go ahead and put it in the tray. Tonight for homework, you're doing list 24, vocab and definitions 1 through 5 twice. I'll write that on the board at the end of class. For those of you who are done with your quiz, get out your grammar books, okay? The grammar book. Turn to your homework. Page 219 in the blue book, page 178 in the green book. $219 in the blue book, 178 in the green book. Elias, are you doing your homework right now? Huh? Okay. Go ahead and start working on the next section, or the next exercise, exercise C. I'm going to come around and check. Exercise C. Brackets around the adjective clause, then draw an arrow to the noun or pronoun that it describes. Good. John, hold up your exercise B. Good. Emma, open your book already, please. Joe, you didn't do exercise B? And make it easy for you to remember. It's on the board. On page 178. Okay, we'll work on exercise B then. Brianna, can you hold up yours? Good. 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 Why didn't you do it? It's on the board. Make it easy for you to remember. Hey, since you weren't here yesterday, make sure this is done, and then show me tomorrow, okay? Excuse me. No, go ahead and do exercise C. Sorry? Yeah, because you weren't here yesterday. Here. Why didn't you finish it? Huh? Did I? Oh, yeah, good. Good. Thanks for doing the whole thing. I did say up to 8, though. Good. Good. Oh, sorry. And Hudson, can you hold your lip? Make sure you finish exercise B and C. Okay. That's going to count against you. Alright, let's review exercise. So let's just do over exercise C, what you've been working on, okay? We are putting parentheses around the adjective clause and then drawing the arrow to what it modifies or what it describes, okay? So let's do the first, I think we have the same sentences, I believe. Greenland, which is the largest island in the world, is inhabited by descendants of the native Eskimos and Danes who settled in Greenland in the 1700s, okay? Go ahead and raise your hand and tell me what you put parentheses around. Ari? Which is the largest island in the world? Class, what is that describing? Greenland, good. Is inhabited by the descendants of the native Eskimos and Danes who settled in Greenland in the 1700s. Anything else that we need to put parentheses around? Chase? Awesome. Who settled in Greenland in the 1700s, talking about who? Okay. The Eskimos and Danes, okay. This one would definitely be talking about just the Danes, okay, because native is already, Eskimos are already there, okay, so talking about the Danes. Second, the northern part of the island, whose plateau is covered with a sheet of permanent ice, is virtually uninhabited, okay. What do we have there? The northern part of the island, whose plateau is covered with a sheet of permanent ice, is virtually uninhabited. Okay. Aaron, can you tell me any clauses there? There's a relative there that tells me there's a clause. We're in the second sentence. You know where we are? Okay. We have relatives there, remember, that they give us clues that there's a clause there. So what word could be a relative there? Whose, good, so what would I put around there? Awesome. Whose all the way to ice? What is that describing, Tyler? The island, okay? The island there. It's describing usually the word right before it, okay? Usually, all right, make sure you're asking which one or what kind or whatever to find what the adjective is describing. Okay, next sentence. Only those who make their living from seal hunting ever venture into the forbidding north. Only those who make their living from seal hunting ever venture into the forbidding north. Any relatives there that tell us there's a clause? Joey? Okay, so what is my clause there? Good. Who make their living from seal hunting. Good. Who is that talking about? Those. Awesome. Okay, that's a pronoun there that this adjective clause is describing. The Greenlanders are a people whose existence on the island is on their island home is precarious, even at best. Brianna? Even at best is all included in there, but yes, whose existence on their island home is precarious, even at best. Talking about whom? People. Awesome. In the last sentence, they must be hardy and industrious to survive in a climate that is more suited for seals and polar bears than men. Chase? Awesome. What is that talking about? Climate. Talking about the climate. Okay, it's saying which climate? The climate that is more suited for seals and polar bears rather than men. Okay, now let's talk about how we diagram them, and we'll go back to exercise B if we have time at the end, but I do want to talk about diagramming adjective clauses. For those of you in the blue book, it's on page 221. I'm going to try to close the windows as much as possible. Guys, just don't touch this window anymore, okay? Obviously it's broken, so just leave it alone. Diagramming adjective clauses. Okay, so we talked about participles, how we diagram them, and we talked about prepositional phrases, how we diagram them. Adjective clauses are a little different. Okay, who remembers what a clause has that a subject or that a phrase doesn't? Class? What do clauses have that phrases don't? Subjects and verbs. So the way that we're going to diagram clauses is as if they were a normal subject and verb sentence, okay? But then we connect the two with a dotted line, if you guys see that, all right? But let's look at it in our page. We're on page 179 and on page 221 for those of you on distant learning, okay? 221 in the blue book, 179 in the green book. All right, look at your example. Mr. Bloom, who will be our instructor, is a good teacher. Class, what's my main subject and my main verb within that sentence? Mr. Bloom is, okay? Now, so how do I diagram that? If you guys look, normal subject and verb. Mr. Bloom is who or what? Teacher. What kind of teacher? What is teacher? Direct object or PN, class? PN. Notice there are adjectives. Everyone should be looking at their book, okay? Adjectives underneath the word teacher. What words describe teacher, class? And good, okay? So now that we have the outside of our dependent clause diagrammed, let's look at the dependent clause, which is italicized. What's my dependent clause, class? Who will be our instructor? Now, within that clause, we need to find our subject and our verb. What's my subject and my verb? Who will be. So I look at that. I diagram that normally, okay? Subject is who. Will be is my verb. Who will be who or what, class? Instructor. What kind of complement is instructor? It is a PN. What adjective describes instructor? Cody? Thank you, guys. Our. Okay, make sure you're paying attention and not looking out the window. Okay, so will be our instructor. But notice how what word is the part that describes our noun or our pronoun, class? What word introduces our clause? Who. Okay, talking about who? Mr. Bloom. So notice, remember, adjectives have two functions, okay? They introduce, or relatives have two functions. They introduce our adjective clause, and then they also function as something within the clause, the dependent clause, okay? So within the clause, it's being used as the subject, but as the clause as a whole, it's describing Mr. Bloom. So that's why you guys see that dotted line. It's connected to the word that it's describing, okay? Look at the second example for those of you in the green book. Pastor Brown, whom I admire, is my neighbor. Okay, class, what's my dependent clause? The one that's introduced by a relative. Whom I admire. Okay, so outside of that clause, everyone looking at your book, okay, what's my subject and my verb? Pastor Brown is who or what? Neighbor. What's neighbor? D-O or P-N? It is a P-N. Okay, what word is describing neighbor? My. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Subjects, verbs, and complements. Simple, right? So now let's diagram our dependent clause. Okay, my dependent clause is whom I admire. Now within that clause, what's my subject and my verb? I admire. I admire whom or what? Class? Whom. So within that clause, what is whom being used as? It is a D-O, okay? What kind of verb is admire, class? Action or linking? Action, so we know we have a D-O. But notice, okay, on that same page, even though whom within that clause is being used as the D-O, it's still my relative describing who, class? Pastor Brown. Class, who is whom describing? Pastor Brown. So notice that that's where I connect my diagrams. Everyone needs to be paying attention because you're going to need to know this, okay? Whether it's for a test or a quiz. So you need to connect the two that it's describing. Look at your example in the blue book. She knew the girl to whom the door prize was awarded, okay? It already gives you my dependent clause. What's my dependent clause, class? Okay, everyone besides Bella, for those of you in the blue book, what's my dependent clause? To whom the door prize was awarded. Good. Outside of that clause, what's my subject and my verb? She knew. She knew who or what? The girl. What's the girl? It is the direct object. Okay, what word is describing girl, Joey? The girl. Good. Okay, so now that we've already diagrammed or found out our main subject and our main verb, let's look at the second part of the diagram, which would be my dependent clause there. Okay, now within that clause, to whom the door prize was awarded. What's my verb, class? Was awarded. Okay, who or what was awarded? Prize was awarded, so that's my subject and my verb. Now what is to whom? What is to whom? Not infinitive. Is there a verb there? Is whom a verb? No. So, what would it be? What's to? It is a preposition, okay? So we diagram that like a prepositional phrase. But notice, since whom is my relative, what is whom describing, class? What is whom describing? Nouns or pronouns, the word that it's describing. Okay, so what's my noun there that it's describing there? Which prize? The whom prize? Remember, with our relatives and our phrases, they have to describe something outside of the clause. Remember? So what word is this referring to? To whom the door prize was awarded. Who was it awarded to? The girl. Okay, that's my noun there. All right, so to whom is underneath the girl. So now that's where I connect my dotted line. Okay? All right, let's look at the next sentence. Let's do number one together. Go ahead and get out a sheet of paper. Okay? That's what we do. Okay? So with our relatives, class, we have our relatives, who, whom, which, and that. Those words are always connected to the word that it's describing. Okay? And we know that it somehow has to connect to the independent clause. So we know that that phrase is not describing something within that clause. Joey, bring your own paper. Okay? Again, that goes for everybody. Everyone needs their own paper. Okay? Alright, so let's do number one. Okay? Dr. Bender, who teaches Bible, has a radiant testimony. Okay? What's my relative there, class? Who. So what is my adjective clause? Who teaches Bible? Go ahead and bracket that off. Okay, bracket that off. Now, outside of the clause, okay, so we should have bracketed off who is my boss. We separated that in our brains. Okay, so now we have Dr. Bender has a radiant testimony. What's my verb within that clause, class? Has. Who or what has? Dr. Bender, what does he have? A testimony. Okay. What kind of verb is has in this sentence? Action or linking? It's action. Here's why. He's actually possessing it. That's an action. Okay. And obviously it's not linking because testimony and Dr. Bender are not the same thing. Okay, so it can only be action. So we know testimony is what, class? It is a direct object. So let's diagram that. Go ahead and diagram it on your paper. Okay. Are there any adjectives that we could use to describe Dr. Bender? Radiant Dr. Bender? What does radiant go to, class? Testimony. Okay, what else word goes to testimony? A testimony. So I would diagram it like this. Okay, I would also diagram radiant underneath testimony. Okay. So now we did our main subject and our main verb. Everybody have what I have up on the board? Okay, so let's do our dependent clause. Within that clause, what's my verb? Okay, teaches the action or linking? Action, so label it as an action verb. Who or what teaches? Who. Okay, so what is who? No, what is who? What's that being used as? The subject, okay? So this is how I would diagram it, okay? I would diagram it on a different line because it's a different clause here. So who, what's my verb, class? Teaches. What does he teach? Bible. So it would be a, what kind of complement? D-O. Good, okay? Because we know D-O goes with action verbs. So now, okay, who teaches Bible? Who is that talking about, class? Dr. Bender. So here's how I connect the two. We know that the word who is describing Dr. Bender. So all I got to do is connect the line there. Okay? And that's how I know, okay, the word who is describing Dr. Bender. That's how I know which word that my clause, my dependent clause, the second part of our diagram, okay, we know how it's describing Dr. Bender. We know what word it's describing. All right? Go ahead and work on number 2. Okay, let's find our subject and our verb. Okay, for those of you in the blue book, he is the speaker about whom I have heard much. What's my relative there, class? Whom. So what's my entire clause there? About whom I have heard much. Go ahead and bracket that off. And then find my subject and my verb outside of the clause. Okay, for those of you in the green book, Mrs. Ross, who is my boss, is a kind woman. Okay, what's my relative there, class? Who. What's my entire adjective clause there, Tyler? Who is my boss? Go ahead and bracket that off. Okay, so that's separated, right? We have our independent clause and our dependent clause. Independent clause, Mrs. Ross is a kind woman. Okay, dependent, meaning it cannot stand on their own. Who is my boss? Okay, can you go up to someone and say, hey, who is my boss? Does that make sense? Not asking them a question, just a statement. Okay, no, it doesn't make sense. So we know that's a dependent clause. Okay, so for those of you in the green book, outside of the clause, the dependent clause, find my main subject and my main verb. Okay, for those of you in the blue book, what's my main subject and my verb? He is. Good. He is who or what? Speaker. What is speaker? PN. Okay, this is how I diagram it. Okay, what goes in my subject? He. What goes in my verb is, what's my PN? speaker. Good. Okay. Now, what is about whom I have heard much? It is a prepositional phrase. Why? What's my preposition? About. Okay. So we know whom I have heard much within that phrase is being used as a noun clause or an OP. Okay. But the entire thing, who is that talking about, class? Speaker. My entire clause or my phrase about whom I have heard much is talking about speaker. Okay. So how do I diagram a prepositional phrase if it's underneath, if it's describing, I couldn't think of the word, describing speaker. Okay, what goes on this slanted line, class? About. Okay, so now I have, okay, my object of the preposition. All right, so about is there. Okay, whom I have heard much. Okay, so how do we diagram this? All right, what's my subject and my verb? Within whom I have heard much. Class? Okay, I have heard much. Okay, I have heard who or what? Much. Okay, actually within this, let's diagram our clause first. Okay, let's diagram our clause first. So what's my subject and my verb? I have heard. I have heard who or what, class? Much. Okay, now speaker is talking about whom, but we have to connect it somehow. So I know that whom is my relative, but within that clause, okay, what is about whom describing? Since it's a preposition and it is a prepositional phrase, okay, we're not looking at he is the speaker, okay, we're talking about whom I have heard much. Okay, so about whom I have heard much. You have heard much about whom, correct? So about whom is going underneath what? What word is it going underneath? Bella, do you know? Okay, yes. Okay, so underneath it goes under much here. I know it's confusing, that's why you guys need to be paying attention, okay? So how do I connect this phrase or this clause to my main clause? Dotted line to speaker. Because as a clause, this entire clause is describing speaker, but this about whom within that clause is being used as a prepositional phrase. So that's how I diagram number 2. Okay, for those of you in the green book. Mrs. Ross, for those of you in the blue book, go ahead and work ahead, find your subjects and your verbs, and then we'll do number 2 for those of you in the blue book, or green book, really quickly, and then this will be for your homework tonight, okay? So let's do number 2, okay? Even if the bell rings, just sit tight and I'll dismiss you. Mrs. Ross, who is my boss, is a kind woman. Mrs. Ross is a kind woman. What's my subject and my verb there? Mrs. Ross is, what is she? Okay, so what is that? It is a prepositional. Predicate nominative. Okay, any words that describe our predicate nominative. Okay, and kind. Okay, so now let's look at our dependent clause. Who is my boss? Okay, within that clause, what's my subject and my verb? Who is, okay? Who is, who or what? Boss, what is boss? PN, good. Okay, so now, any words that are describing boss? My. Okay, so how do I connect who and to Mrs. Ross is a kind woman? What word is who talking about, class? Mrs. Ross, so I would connect it just like that. Okay, so whatever word is my relative, that's the word that I connect to the noun. Okay, so finish this exercise 1 through 6, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Just 4 diagrams tonight for homework, okay? I'll put everything else on the board. Last night you should have read page 337 to 339, the wreck of the Hesperus. We'll talk about that tomorrow, all right? All right, you guys are dismissed.
Oh, I'll be right back. Hold on. There we go. All right, there we go. Helps if the webcam's at my level. All right, we're on page 382, so go ahead and get out your textbooks. Just to add off the billion questions that have already been starting to be asked, yes, we are doing a level up today. Yes, that means it's testable and quizzable. Yes, that means you should know it. Okay? The main reason is because it's dumb to teach what to do if they are mutually exclusive and then to leave out what to do if they aren't. Like, maybe that's just me, but it feels dumb. Huh? Level up. Yep. All right, so we're on page 382. Make sure your guys' chapter review gets turned in today. If you don't have it done today, make sure it gets turned in tomorrow. All right, let's first of all discuss mutually exclusive events. Oh, these are going to fog up the whole time. I hate having to choose between headache or headache. All right. George is playing a board game. The pieces in the game get to move as many spaces as is rolled on a single six-sided number cube. So help me, it's a die. All right, anyway. To land on a safe space, George needs to roll either a number less than 2 or a number greater than 4. An event like this is composed of 2 or more separate events. It's called a compound event. George wants to know the probability of landing on a safe space. Notice that the 2 events can never happen at the same time. It would be impossible to roll a number that is both less than 2 and greater than 4. Does that make sense? Okay, so it can't both happen at the same time. Events that cannot occur at the same time are called mutually exclusive events. When the events are mutually exclusive, the probability of either one occurring is found by simply adding their individual probabilities. Notice that there is 1 possible outcome for rolling less than a 2, and 2 possible outcomes for rolling greater than a 4, 5 or 6. To find the probability that George lands on a safe space, we add the probabilities for each. So we get 1 6 plus 2 6 equals 3 6, or 1/2. He has a 50-50 chance of landing on a safe space. Does that make sense? Okay. So basically what we're doing is, this is one possibility. Each of these is another possibility. So the odds of being greater than 4 is 2 over 6. Odds of less than 2 is 1 over 6. So we just add it together. We get 3 6, which reduces down to 1/2 as our answer. Does that make sense? All right, so example 8.4, part A. Mr. Todd, it's a great asked which math for preferred English. Huh? Must have been asked by a math teacher, because like that skews the data. All right, anyway. That, and of course, it's a math book, so of course most students are going to prefer math. I mean, all right, anyway. Expressing the following probabilities as a fraction, a decimal to the nearest hundredth, and a whole percent. So first of all, it's the probability of randomly selecting a student whose favorite subject was either math or English. Okay, so all we have to do is figure it out for math, figure it out for English, and add it together. So what is it for math? 18 over 36. Good. What is it for English? 6 over 36. What's 18 plus 6? 36. Yeah. All right. Can this be reduced? Yes. What do we get? 2/3. Which is about 0.67, which is 67%. Make sense? Cool. What is the probability? It's the same text on the top. What is the probability of randomly selecting a student whose favorite subject is either science, history, or English? Okay, in other words, not math. Okay, so science is how many people? 8 out of 36. What about history? What in the world did I just do? So we get 36, which reduces down to half. So this is equal to 5. This is, or sorry, 0.50, and then 50%. 0.5 and 0.50 are the same. It doesn't matter. So there's our answers. Make sense? Cool. All right. Let's look at one more thing. Let's say we had this thing with vacation transportation. The previous example gave the number of outcomes for each individual event. We actually had number of students. Okay, pretty simple. Sense in a chart rather than as a list. Okay, first of all, can we just address that newspapers and magazines just why? Moving on. Rather than as a list of outcomes for each event. Compound probabilities can still be found using such a chart as long as each event is mutually exclusive. Simply add the probabilities of the individual event that satisfies the compound event. So let's consider this chart about the main mode of transportation people use on their last vacation. From the information gathered, a travel agency can now predict the probability that a customer of its next customer is selecting specific modes of transportation. And the advantage of this is if you know that most people are going to go by plane, you can go through and make sure you have really good deals with airlines. Okay? So you may not always be the most popular one is the best deal. Okay? So that's kind of the idea. The probability that someone will either travel by car or plane is represented by the probability of the car plus the probability of the plane, which we know from the chart is 59 plus 33 gives us it's a 92% chance that it will be by plane or car. Okay? That's the vast majority of their customers. So if they have to do occasional, say someone takes a cruise or something, they don't necessarily have to have the best deals on those because that's only 8% of their customers. They need to focus their attention on cars and planes. Does that make sense? They could also figure out the probability of not traveling by plane. Now, we could do this two ways, and I'm going to show it both ways. The probability of not plane, okay, remember we used that. The probability of not plane is either everything else added together, so 59 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1, so 60. You can just everything except the plane. Does that make sense? Or you could solve it as 100 minus the plane, because it's out of 100%, so 67%. Make sense? No problem. I should make sure that's not urgent. Oh, rip. I'll take it. Not to page 387. Do not start your homework yet. I'm going to change what's assigned so that way it doesn't just bury you. Okay? Because no. Alright. So go to page 387. Not all events are mutually exclusive. In section 8.4, George was playing a board game with a six. On this term, George determined that on the safe space, he needs to roll a number less than 4 or an even number. This time, he cannot add an event. Does that make sense? So it's not mutually exclusive, they overlap. So the probability of the overlap will need to be subtracted out from the other two probabilities. Okay? And that's, if they're not mutually exclusive, all you have to do is subtract out how much they overlap. Does that make sense? So, in this case, for less than 4, there's 3 numbers that are less than 4, right? So we have 3 out of 6. I should switch to, here we go. So 3 out of 6 here. There are 3 even numbers on the die, so we have 3 out of 6 as well. There's 1 place of overlap, so we subtract that. Okay, and once, because we're only getting rid of the duplicates. Okay, and we get 5 out of 6 total. Does that make sense? Notice that if we don't subtract it out, it would sound like it has to happen, but there's 1 number that doesn't work for them. Does that make sense? And so that breaks it. So that's why we have to subtract stuff out. Let's look at level up example 8.4. Using the spinner on the right, express each of the following probabilities as a fraction, a decimal to the nearest hundredth, and then a whole percent. So what is the probability of spinning a green area or an area with an even number? So first of all, for green, what is my probability? So 3 out of 6 is the probability. Okay, what is the probability of an even number? So we're going to add 3 out of 6 for even. How many numbers are both even and green? So minus 2 out of 6 for both. Does that make sense? Okay. So, first of all, what's 3 out of 6 plus 3 out of 6? 6 out of 6 minus 2. 4 out of 6, which reduces down to 2/3, which is 0.67, which is 67%. Okay, makes sense? Okay, this is what we're doing. What is the probability of spinning a blue area or an area with a number less than 5? So first of all, how many are blue? Okay, so we have 3 out of 6. How many are less than 5? 4. Okay, and then what about both? Let me see here. Yeah, 2 out of 6. Okay, so 3 out of 4, or 3 plus 4 is minus 2. So we get 5 out of 6, which is 0.83 or 83%. All right, does that make sense? Okay. Notice that if you forgot to subtract, you would get 7 out of 6. If that ever happens with probability, you did something wrong. You cannot have an improper fraction. Yes. Because there are two spaces that are both blue and less than 5. So we have to subtract whatever meets both criteria. Does that make sense? Yes. Otherwise, you're accidentally counting it twice. Yep. So you're subtracting out the second time you count it, basically, is what's happening. All right. Homework tonight. On 8.4, the actual homework on page 386, you're doing numbers 1 through 10. So that way you guys are getting practice with probability. I'm not going to have you guys do the review section because I want you guys to, instead of doing that, do the level up homework on page 389. Okay? I'm cutting out 7 problems and giving you 6. Now, yes, there's subparts in there, but like it balances out to what you would normally get anyway. That was the idea. All right? Any questions? All right, reminder, quiz tomorrow. Also, don't forget, and I'm going to just write this down here, turn in chapter 8, review A. Okay, that was due today. If you don't have it done, get it in by tomorrow. All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well. Emily, we miss you already. You come back and then ditch on us. Hopefully everything's okay. Okay, today we do have a quiz. We're going to probably do a few notes after the quiz, so we got to get into it real quick. Okay, we're going to take this quiz. The deal still stands. If everyone gets a 90 or higher, we will not have homework for the rest of the week. Okay, maybe the rest of the chapter. Who knows? Okay, but for the week for sure. Nope, 90 or higher for everyone. That means if you miss 2, you better get 1 bonus. Okay, 90 or higher, that's what it's got to be. Okay, Chase, put the food away for right now. Okay, we're going to pray real quick, take our quiz, do a few notes after the quiz. Distant learners, let me know if you got the quiz. Emily, you'll just take that once you get back. Micah, you'll take that once you get back in person. Jezreel and Mia, I messaged it to you. Jezreel, my school works it to you. Let me know if it didn't go through or if it went through. I'll resend it. Just let me know if it didn't go through. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's communication. That's all I need. Okay, if it didn't, let me know. If you did get it, send it in on time so you can get that grade. Okay, any prayer requests today? Cody, put it away. Cody, there you go. Any prayer requests? Jaden's unspoken. Your dog? John's dog, put your chair down, please. Cody, unspoken. Okay, also pray for, obviously, sports banquet. This Friday. Hopefully that goes well. Hopefully that's just a fun night for you guys. We'll talk about it later. Also, spring formal. There's an unspoken with spring formal. Just pray that hopefully what we're trying to get happen works out. It'll just make it, I'll just say it'll make it better for you. It'll make it better for you. I can't tell you. No. But it'll make it better for you, so just pray for that. Unspoken for spring formal. I mean, it'll make it a lot better, I think. Okay? No, I'm not telling you because if it doesn't happen, I don't want you to be like, you know what I mean? So just pray for it. Pray for that it works out. Hopefully that can happen. That'll make it just better. All right, any other prayer requests? Jaden's unspoken, John's dog, Cody's unspoken, both the banquets this Friday, next Friday, the school year ending in this quiz. Let's pray and we'll get started. Dear Father, Lord, just thank you for today. We thank you for the beautiful weather you've given us really just the last 2 weeks, Lord. Enjoying the sunshine, Lord, and all this time. Thank you that we just have these last couple weeks, Lord, to finish it up. There's no more sports, no more things really going on other than our banquets, Lord. Please just allow these students to focus school to finish strong with their grades. If their grades are low, for them to just work a little bit harder to get them higher. If their grades are doing well, for them not to get lazy as the year's coming to a finish and close. Please just bless them through this time. Please help all those who are at home, whether they're sick or not feeling well, to keep them safe. Allow them to get better if they're not feeling well. I know Micah has like a sinus congestion or congestion. Please just help them during this time, sinus infection. Also, we pray for Jaden and Cody's unspoken. You know exactly what they need, Lord. Just be there for them. Show yourself to them. Help them through whatever it may be. Give them strength and wisdom. Also, we pray for John's dog as it's just going through some time. Please just bless their family. Allow the dog to be okay, to get through whatever it's going through, sickness. Also, we pray for the 2 banquets we have coming up, Lord, that you've allowed us to be able to have the sports banquet this Friday, for us to be able to have some awards to recognize those who maybe put in a little extra work this season, for us to have a good time and memory over the season, just to have a fun little night out together, to also just recognize those who made the season possible. I just thank you for allowing us to have sports. I know it wasn't exactly what I wanted or what some of the kids wanted, Lord, but we were able to have it. It's a year to grow off of. Thank you for that. We also pray for the spring formal banquet, Lord, coming up not this Friday but next Friday, for all the things, whether dresses or shoes or clothes, for all that to work out for all the kids, but also for the unspoken for that to be able to happen, Lord, as I believe that'll make it just that much better that night, as I already think it's going to be an awesome night for the kids and hopefully for chaperones as well. Please just bless the kids on this quiz, Lord, for them to remember what we studied yesterday, just to do well. In Jesus' name, pray, amen. All right, again, we have this quiz. I'm about to pass it out. Jose, since you're not taking it, can you close the door real quick? Thank you, sir. Okay, any last questions before we take the quiz? Yes, ma'am.
Can I help pass it out?
Sure, you can help pass it out. Is there any one other person that would like to help pass out? Joey, you can come help pass it out. Okay, once you receive the quiz, again, nothing on your desk except something to write with, no study sheet, no books open, no notes, no nothing. If I see something that looks like cheating, then I'll mark you off for cheating. Okay, once you receive the quiz, no talking. Okay, take it quietly. Once you're done, just flip it over, put it at the top of your desk. We will have bonus, as I always try to do a little bit of bonus. If you have a question, raise your hand or come up and ask. I'll try to help you best I can. Again, distant learners, at this time, you'll be taking that quiz. Again, if you don't have it, let me know right now, whether on the stream or chat or whether you message me or MySchoolWorks message me. Let me know if you didn't get it. I'll resend that. Hopefully you're doing well. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to do a few notes today. All right, everyone pull out your notes again. You have to listen. I do not have the slides because I forgot my USB, or I misplaced it, I should say. I don't know where I put it.
No, you should totally go to your house and get it.
Oh yeah, let me do that. Okay, so you guys have to listen very well. We are on note 19. Note 19. So pull out your notes. That means you actually really have to pay attention because you have to listen to my voice. Okay, if you need something spelled, either put a question mark by it or ask me to spell it and I will. Okay, moving on to our notes. Our next note is politics, but not spelled the same way. It's spelled like this. P-O-L. Yep. I-T-I-Q-U-E-S. P-O-L-I-T-I-Q-U-E-S. Politics. No 19. Okay, this is a new... Shh. Okay, you gotta listen. I don't want to repeat things 1,000 times. Okay, politics. P-O-L-I-T-I-Q-U-E-S. Okay, this is a new group that was developed in France. Okay, obviously at this time in France, what two religions do we kind of have? Catholicism and Protestantism, or Protestants and Catholics, which would be the easier two terms. Okay, this group is a new group that kind of comes together. Cody, I will not ask again, put it away, or else I throw it away. Okay, this group, these politiques, were made up of both Catholics and Protestants who believed that the citizens of the country may have religious differences and still maintain law and order. Okay, basically this was a group of people, not completely a religion, but another group of people that's rising in France that believed, hey, it doesn't really matter what you believe, we can work through what we believe and still have proper law. Okay, work together for our law and government. What are they called? What do they consist of? What two groups? Catholics and Protestants working together to still have law and order. Okay, moving on. Note number 20. Henry IV. Put it away, Destiny. Focus on that. Put that away. Okay, Henry IV. He was formerly known as what, Chase? Henry of Navarre. Okay, N-A-V-A-R-R-E. I don't know if that's a blank or not. Okay, he became the first of the Bourbon line. B-O-U-R-B-O-N. Bourbon line. Of French kings. And the first Protestant king of France. Yep, Henry IV. He was formerly known as Henry of Navarre. Yes, ma'am. Yep, I'm saying it one more time right now. Spell which part? Bourbon line. B-O-U-R-B-O-N. B-O-U-R-B-O-N. Oh, man. Bourbon. Okay, he was formerly known as Henry of Navarre. You want to know that. He became the first of the Bourbon line of French kings and the first Protestant king of France. Because the people would not admit him, okay, to his own capital, he converted to Catholicism, okay, ending the religious wars in France. Okay, he was a Protestant king, okay, but he does convert to Catholicism to end all the civil wars. Spell which one? C-A-T-H-O. Oh my goodness. Listen up, dude. C-A-T-H-O-L-I-cism. C-I-S-M. Catholicism. It's not that hard. Cism. C-I-S-M. Okay, moving on. Okay, which this is going to kind of bring this another advisor that's going to really rise in the ranks. After Henry IV converts to Catholicism, okay, he becomes a Catholic. Okay, our next person we need to know, this was a person on the quiz, but it was not one of the answers on the quiz. Rosny. R-O-S-N-Y. Rosny. Okay, this was Henry's most intimate Huguenot advisor. He was Henry's most intimate Huguenot advisor. He instructed Henry to declare himself a Catholic for the good of France. This was kind of the man, okay, that said, hey, just for the good of France, so we don't have all this turmoil within each other. Joey, stop trying to flex the muscle that's not there. Okay, but basically this was the man that basically was like if Chase was the king, I'm like, hey Chase, you should do this, you should do this. Okay, do this, do this. Okay, this was what Rosny was to, Cody, turn around, to Henry IV. Okay, basically say, hey, just to end these religious wars, okay, to just help our people, let's just convert to Catholicism. Okay, he wasn't even a Catholic himself, he was a what? I just said it, Rosny was a what? Huguenot advisor. Okay, he quoted this, the Huguenots will not desert you. This is what Rosny told Henry IV. The Huguenots will not desert you. Okay, that's not dessert like what you eat. Okay, dessert to leave, abandon. Okay, they'll not desert you as long as you treat them well. Basically saying this, hey, just convert to Catholicism as a title, okay, and just treat us well. Just like you used to and you did right now when you changed to Catholicism, don't turn your back on us. Let us allow us our freedom of religion still, okay? Be kind to us. Do not judge us or persecute us like I cannot talk. Previous kings have. Okay, that's what Rosny told Henry IV. The Huguenots will not desert you as long as you treat them well. Everyone good with that one? Our next notes. This is what's going to be made. Okay, this was on the quiz as part of your homework. The Edict of Nantes. Edict of Nantes. Nantes. Come on, guys, you gotta listen. I just said how to spell it, and I just said the word. So you can't be doing other work, Jose. Put it away, and just do your notes. Just do your notes. So put the math homework away, so you're not distracted, so I don't have to repeat stuff over and over again. The Edict of Nantes, Nantes. Okay, it stipulated that Huguenots could live in any town or district of France that they chose, but could practice their faith only in specifically designated towns. Shh. Cheyenne. Shh. Talk later, please. Okay, they could only go into specifically designated towns where Protestantism had previously been the prevailing religion. Okay, this was that whole thing. It was on the quiz. The one that said online, it was supposed to be only. Okay, that was the Edict of Nantes. If you put something else, you got that one wrong. Everyone good with that one? Do you need me to repeat it? There you go. Everyone good? Bless you. Okay, continuing with note number 22. Okay, Huguenots were forbidden to practice or teach their religion outside of these designated territories. Okay, so this Edict of Nantes basically said, hey, okay, you guys can have this territory to teach, okay, and preach and do whatever you guys are doing, okay, but you cannot just go to other people. So let's say this was a designated territory that Huguenots could come and talk about their religion or whatever. Okay, but Bella couldn't one day say, hey, Kayla's my friend, let's go to Kayla and just talk to her and say, hey, Kayla, like, we're talking about this and I learned this today. That would be illegal. Okay, that would be going against this Edict of Nantes. Okay, this is what it was allowing them to do. It gave them freedom, but it was restricted freedom. Okay, we see that it was against the law. It was forbidden to practice or teach their religion outside of those territories. And we'll go with that one? Okay, note number 23, which is the next person we need to know. Yes, I will spell it. Marie de Medicis. Okay, you spell it Marie. You should know how to spell that. De, D-E. Medicis is M-E-D-I-C-I-S. M-E-D-I-C-I-S. Medicis. Okay, this was Henry IV's second wife. Henry IV's second wife, who tried to rule when Henry was assassinated. King Henry was killed. Okay, obviously, because there's still the Civil War, even though he changed Catholicism. Did that really solve all their problems? No, we're going to talk about France, and you're going to see there a civil war after civil war after civil war after civil war. King being killed, person being killed, time and time and time and time again. Okay, we'll talk about it probably for this week and next week. Okay, but Marie de Medicis was the second wife of Henry IV. She tried to rule, become kind of the ruler after her husband died. The clergy forced her to call the Estates General. What is the Estates General? Okay, basically the Parliament of France. Okay, so the clergy was trying to force her to do this, but she soon dismissed it. What does that mean? If she dismissed it, she basically denied it, said no. Okay, pushed it to the side. Okay, in this Estates General, their form of parliament government would not be called upon again for 180 years. Okay, basically, she ruled, and then the people that ruled after her got rid of it. They just ruled by themselves, an absolute monarchy. Meaning they didn't have advisors, they didn't have other people that had say, it was just them. It would not be called again for 180 years. Everyone good with that one? Okay, which is going to bring us to the person that really ruled Marie. Okay, she was not really allowing anyone to have any influence, but there was one person. Okay, Cardinal Richelieu, and I'll spell it for you. Cardinal Richelieu, you spell it like this: Rich, R-I-C-H-E-L-I-E-U, Richelieu. Rich, R-I-C-H-E-L-I-E-U, Richelieu. Okay, this person ruled for Marie de Medicis and her young son, King Louis XIII. This was the lady that had like 3 or 4 different Louis as sons. What? Cardinal. Okay, this man, this cardinal, he worked for his own political advancement, which we've seen people do multiple times throughout history, and for the increased power of the monarchy. Are those any blanks, or is it filled out for you? Her young son, King Louis XIII. King Louis XIII. X-I-I-I. Or you can just put 13, I guess. Okay, we'll probably just do 1 or 2 more, then be done for today. I will not assign homework maybe today. If there is homework, I'll let you know after I grade the quizzes. So as of right now, there is no homework until I grade it. We'll see. I could grade 2 and then someone already mess up, so then I can say homework. Yes, ma'am. I will see. Since a bunch of people asked, I will think who's the most responsible out of the people that asked. Okay, probably the last note for today. This was also on the quiz. It was from your homework. I told you it was on there. The Peace of Elias, or Elias is how it would be said, sorry. Peace of Elias, A-L-A-I-S. This peace amended the Edict of Nantes. What does amended mean? That's a good word. Fixed it, adjusted it. Okay, it's kind of a blend. It's not go with the Edict of Nantes, but kind of change it a little bit. Okay, it allowed the Huguenots to retain their civil and religious rights, but took away their fortified towns and armies. Okay, basically this peace, being a peace, okay, it said, hey, you guys can do all the stuff you want to do religiously. Okay, you guys can keep those freedoms. You can do as you're doing. Okay, we're not going to influence you or stop you. But, the second part, you need the second part again? But took away, so we're allowing you to retain or keep all these peace within your religion. Okay, but it took away their fortified towns and armies. Okay, so all the troops that they gathered, remember, because of the Civil War, they both had troops, armies, strength. Okay, basically it's like, hey, we want peace. You guys can do your thing, but you need to dismantle your armies. Get rid of it. Stop building up fortresses and walls, dividing our country. Keep your chair down, John. Keep your chair down, John. I know I said last note, but this is the last one because it goes with it. Okay, the last note is Mazarin. M-A-Z-A-R. M-A-Z-A-R. Here. M-A-Z-A-R-I-N. Mazarin. Okay, this was a young cardinal who was groomed by none other than Cardinal Richelieu. Okay, it was a young cardinal who was groomed by Cardinal Richelieu. This Mazarin was to rule for the child king Louis XIV, which we're going to be talking about him a lot, Louis XIV. 14th. Okay, hopefully you wrote that down. That's the last note for today. Again, at this point, there is no homework. But I will announce during study hall disciplinaries, just keep me on the stream for a little bit longer, maybe 5-10 minutes. I'll probably allow you to know or let you know whether we have homework or not. I'm going to grade these quizzes as fast as I can. If we have one person mess up, then I already know. So I might start with a few people's quizzes I think might have messed up. That would just be easier. All right, but at this time, you guys are dismissed.